Let's see here. Hello, hey Chaos. How are you going today? Bro isn't on time. I'm here. I'm here. Just getting everything set up. We're mostly on time. Now, one sec. Because there's basically... Well, actually, let's go over what we've got here. He's 1 minute late, also you good? Right, that's good. Yeah, so we've got this mini that we've been working on. I've kind of had it on the back burner because I had a nightmare experience with the horns and everything. Before realizing, Francois reminded me that the horns that I have in the skulls kit, I can probably just pillage them and use them for the horns on the staff and adapt them for the horns on his head as well, rather than trying to manually make them out of green stuff, which is an absolute nightmare to sculpt. So that'll probably be one of the things we're doing. And then the other thing is these pauldrons. I've made an absolute mess of them. They are disgustingly hideous. They are actually atrocious. So I'm going to scrape off what I've got there. And I'm going to work with milliput on them because I think milliput is much nicer to work with than green stuff on a smooth surface. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to, yeah, scrape these to smooth and then get a nice smooth layer of milliput on there. And then put some more milliput over the top and sculpt it. In fact, I might do this early. I might do the milliput on these before I work on the horns so that it has some time to start to set. Put together a small Space Marine module today. Is this what you've been up to? Hey Sanju, how you going? Also, I've been having a lot of trouble getting his hand with the book to actually stay attached. There's some really bad surface area for gluing, so I'm going to need to shave down the little nub on there, and then the little nub on here, so that I have a nice flat surface to glue them together with. It took like 20 minutes to build it. It's pretty quick, honestly. Or was it like a single Space Marine, or? Also, I'm going to adjust the cape for AHRIMAN here because the way this mini's cape, by default, the model is designed for the cape to go on top of the battery pack, which is cool, but I feel like it doesn't really fit AHRIMAN because AHRIMAN, in his design, the cape actually it's underneath the battery pack, and then you can see like the 4 vents. So I might also convert these posts into 2 of the offshoot vents. And then make 2 more. We'll see how we go though. And excuse me, I'm a little bit unwell this morning, so yeah, I will be blowing my nose every now and then. Yeah, it is a single Space Marine. Righto. What was the model that you did? But yeah, let's get started off just getting rid of this crap here. Good evening, brother captain. How you going, Hensley? Thankfully, this green stuff does not stick particularly well. 'Cause, 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 Iron Hands Ferris. So is this as in Ferris Manus himself, or was it just it was a particular Iron Hands unit that's like named after him? Gonna make him a salamander. Righto. I mean, salamanders are cool as hell, so don't blame you. Just hanging with your boy, giving your wife a break from the kiddo. How long till your boy's old enough to build Warhammer, Hensley? When are you getting him into it? You gotta get him young. Going to resculpt the horns and stuff. Maybe a box of skull conversions. Oh, maybe. Might be doing that, Francois. You never know. that might well be on the table. Before I get to that, I'm just going to get all this green stuff off the shoulder plates and resculpt them using milliput, because I feel like it'd be much easier to sculpt what I want on a flat surface with milliput rather than green stuff. And then I can actually file it down into the right sort of shapes. Now, why is this so out of focus? There we are. Few years when he's gotten his proper motor functions down. I mean, come on, he doesn't need to be able to walk to use a scalpel. Just needs his hands. So what was the goal of the green stuff on the shoulders? Missed the second stream. I think I've still got the reference photos on the OBS scene. One sec. Is basically the original shoulders were very, very spiky, which is not quite what I wanted with the with AHRIMAN's shoulders, because you can see, yeah, these are quite spiky, whereas AHRIMAN's got a lot more. He's got like particular designs going there, and so I was trying to match it more to what is in line with him, with his design. But I'm really bad at that, so it's been a bit of a struggle. Yeah. So I've got that all open on my second monitor there, just so that I can sort of make sure I'm not gonna stray too far from what I'm looking for. Please God, no, the Grimdark of the Far Future does not need the Disney Star Wars treatment. Can we keep Warhammer for adult men? No, he's not gonna... You can't baby him with it. Like, he's gotta just throw him straight into it and start building some minis, get him to play the original Dawn of War. File down the spiky shoulder pads, or just use plain shoulder pads. I 100% defaced what came with the mini here. There's no going back. Yeah, so I have no option but to make it look good now. We will have our retcons and we will like it. Thank you, Amazon. Man, I'm so used to streaming where basically in my setup, I will have my, I'll have all the doors and windows and everything shut in my room and then have the air conditioner on so that my camera doesn't overheat. And then I'll just wear like a light hoodie just so that I don't get too cold and like just cut myself while I'm shivering. But I don't know why. It is so fucked up in Australia right now. We're not even in summer yet. We've just barely started spring. And it's already 29-degree days. Like, holy shit, calm down. I don't think we're going to have autumn. It's just going to be all of spring and all of autumn are both going to become part of summer. Yeah, hang on. I need to take this hoodie off because I'm actually really hot in my room where I've got it set to 16 degrees on the air conditioner. It is struggling so much. Ugh. Also, I say 29-degree days. It's not even midday and it's already 29 degrees. I need to clarify that. The lobster in the slowly boiling pot heavily related with me. Yeah, it's really bad. I'm not looking forward to summer this year. Like, I've got an air conditioner in my room and it does not help. It struggles so much. And my room is like half underground as well, so it's really well insulated. So you would think that I would be fine. But nah. Okay, we've gotten rid of most of the green stuff on this one. Happy to leave that as is. Let's clean up the other one now. You'll say the change from badass book covers to cartoon styles in a lot of the new books is a bit eh. I haven't actually seen a lot of the new book covers. The only one that I've seen, because I've bought it, is the AHRIMAN book, and the book cover on that one is very nice. Hang on. Very topical, because this is what the stream is about. But man, it's just such a nice cover, and the way the black blurb is the back blurb is formatted as well, very cool. I like this a lot. Very cool book, by the way. omnibus covers are top notch. I think when I got this one, I think there was the Eisenhorn omnibus on the shelf at the time as well. I think after I finish AHRIMAN, I might go back and read the Eisenhorn ones. Actually, no, I can't because I need the Infinite and Divine is already next on the list. Can't go to Eisenhorn yet. Would love a Fabius omnibus because you're not paying 50 for a single book that's out of production. At 50 pounds? 50 pounds for a single book? Because I spent like 29 Australian dollars for an omnibus of 3 books with all the short stories. And you're saying it's 50 pounds for a for one book for Fabius. eBay resellers have no mercy. Holy shit. The art is just a stylized choice, totally different from what you get. No more Demoncula Boa, no Dark Eldar slaves, no models with bare titties. You don't get Grimdark, someone might get offended. I think that that's also probably one of the big reasons why a lot of 40k has, like, I think that's probably why 40k has just become the Space Marines setting in recent time as well, is just because, oh, I say in recent time, not really exactly recent time, but over the past at least 10 years ago or so, where it's just been like only Space Marines, is just because they're much more marketable to a younger audience because they're just guys in big armor. And you don't need to worry about like them flaying people and sticking them to their motorbikes or that sort of shit. Because they're just the space good guys, even though they're not even really good guys. But that's why we focus on the Ultramarines, because they are good guys. Ish. Hello peeps, hey Silver. How are you this evening? Airbrush and compressor arrived today, waiting on primer. So excited. That's nice. It's a lot of fun, Train. It's a little bit of getting used to. One thing that I still kind of struggle with is adjusting the needle in the airbrush nozzle to the right length. But once you get it down, it's a lot of fun. Sorry about that. Salamanders are the good guys, Bumbo. They are, but what I mean is, like, salamanders are not popular. And they're, like, salamanders are great guys, but the problem is that, like, they're not the ultimate good guys. Like, they're not the best, like the Ultramarines, you know? Big thing you have against female Space Marines is to make the Space Marine problem so much worse. Rather give far more attention to other factions than just keep them on the Marine Tide. That's a good point. That's an interesting counter to it, because like the biggest argument that I've heard against female Space Marines is just that it has always been in the lore very explicitly no female Space Marines, whereas at least with the Custodes, there was like a little bit of like there was a void where there wasn't really a whole lot that specifically said that Custodes were only male. So there was kind of room to put them in, and I think from what I've heard, the way that they put them in, at least it wasn't too bad. But it's still obviously a retcon with a particular purpose behind it, whereas with Space Marines, it would just be completely out of place to do so. But yeah, I do like the perspective of just don't do it just because it's going to bring more attention to Space Marines, and we've already got too much attention on Space Marines. But yeah, it's just vanilla sci-fi now. Warhammer is for everyone DEI, but yeah. Yeah, that's like the craziest shit for me was the whole thing with the Amazon Warhammer, where they want to make a cinematic universe out of Warhammer to be so that Amazon has something to match Disney's Marvel and Star Wars and shit, and it's like, no, come on. You can't compete with those because those are for mass audience appeal. Meanwhile, 40k is like the most testosterone-fueled nightmare setting. You cannot just try to use that thing to compete in the same plane. You also believe that for lore reasons they shouldn't retcon things, but yeah, there's a difference between retconning 100+ books and retconning a piece of 30-year-old lore. Yeah, of course. Custodes, the best of the very best, can suspend enough disbelief to think women can fall into that best of the best category. Yeah, the thing with the Custodes is their whole thing, they are not first and foremost designed to be the absolute best warriors. Space Marines are very specifically, they're meant to be the ultimate soldiers, and to that end, you would see that they would only they would select for men because of just physical differences. But at least with Custodes, there's a difference of they're not specifically selecting for just soldiers, so you can see them, you can suspend disbelief enough to say that yes, they're probably female Custodes. But at least for the whole super soldier, ultimate fighting machine things, that shit would very heavily select for testosterone. Custodes are chose to be the best warriors, hence being the Emperor's personal bodyguard. But they're not just meant to be warriors, though, aren't they? Because they're also very big on being advisors and just mastering every field. Because they're not just bodyguards per se, are they? That is one of their biggest roles, but they're more than just that. Because wasn't the whole point that after the Great Crusade, Custodes were meant to go on to become leaders of humanity beyond just soldiers? They had a purpose beyond the Great Crusade, where Space Marines, kind of like the Thunder Warriors, didn't really, I don't think they were meant to have a future beyond the Great Crusade as much. Don't think they're making the Galaxy's finest tailor Custodes, do you? No, of course not. But the Galaxy's finest tailor is probably a custodian. But yeah, like ideally, they wouldn't have retconned anything, but Amazon wanted their representation, and they didn't like that. They didn't like the Sisters of Silence because they didn't talk, and they wanted at least half the dialogue to be spoken by women, and they don't like the Sisters of Battle because they're too religious, which is like, huh? Do you even know the setting that you've paid for? Like that is this entire setting is about like unbelievable space zealotry, and you're not happy with one of the factions being too religious? They're the finest men of Earth. Yes, they're cultured and talented in art, but they're warrior bodyguards at the Emperor first. Their non-combat skills always come secondary to that role. Right, yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it is still a retcon of lore to, like, it is a retcon of a faction that is very beloved by the community, and was done for no reason other than Amazon wanted to get more female representation, and they didn't want to go, and they knew that Henry Cavill wasn't going to grant it unless it was in the lore. So they decided to go around him to try to get it baked into the lore. Yeah. Sisters of Silence just allow them to communicate through sign language, pretty inclusive as well, and well done. Now, but the issue there is the issue there is it's not spoken dialogue, and I think Amazon's got like a big thing about like their creative guidelines for all things produced by Amazon now, and it's something like half the spoken dialogue needs to be spoken by, well, at least half needs to be spoken by a woman, and at least half of the cast needs to be female, and then at least half the cast needs to be an underrepresented minority, and then you also can't have a character being played by somebody or by an actor who doesn't match that person's identity. So, for example, you can't have a gay character played by a straight person, which is like, what is the point of being an actor? The whole point of an actor is to be someone who you are not. A bit strange, a little bit odd. So I don't think Warhammer is going to go particularly well in Amazon's hands anyway. Deaf people must be a minority, surely. Actually, maybe that's why they didn't want the Sister of Silence. Is they didn't want to have they didn't have any they didn't want to have any mute people. Well, actually, it's not the Sisters of Silence can't speak. It's just that they don't. So I guess that's not a thing. But yeah, female inquisitors, high lords of terror, assassins, rogue traders, like just guardsmen in general. There are so many options. But the issue is that, and here's the issue, is that Warhammer is now the Space Marine setting. So you can't have a Warhammer show without either Space Marines or Custodians slash other like roided out super soldiers. And so like it's so bad. Yeah. Really not looking forward to, I don't think it's going to go through because we've talked about it before, but pretty sure Amazon and GW have until like December to come to an agreement on creative direction, to like before they can figure out if the show will actually go through or not. But I think, and what I'm really worried about is, I'm very concerned that Henry Cavill is just going to get dropped because he's going to refuse to work on anything that'll compromise the integrity of the source material. So they're just going to drop him and just have someone else do it. Man, Milliput takes so much longer to get to a nice consistency than green stuff, but it's so much nicer to work with in my opinion. Maybe not for sculpting, but definitely for for building things out. Women are also naval commanders, commissars, admech, and in basically every faction but Space Marines. Yeah, it's like Space Marines and Custodes are like the exception to the rule, but that's where they want to have the focus. And so, yeah, it's bad. Yeah, I'd completely forgotten about admech as well, because I feel like admech would be a really cool place for, like, I feel like admech would tick all the boxes for Amazon for, like, cool, diverse female characters, because there's no chance of you sexualizing of you sexualizing a tech priest, because there's nothing there to sexualize. If it's fair to have Sisters of Battle, then it should be fair to have Space Marines. Well, I'm pretty sure it actually went the other way around, didn't it? It was fair to have Space Marines, and so then then of course it has to be fair to have Sisters of Battle. Like, the entire reason they exist is because there was a clause in the Adeptus Astartes that said that there cannot be any women serving there. But then they had like a loophole which allowed them to form the Adeptus Sororitas. Make the main character a female Inquisitor and change nothing else, no one would complain. Gotta change, yeah, it's sad. And it's because, and the sad thing is, nobody is asking for it. The only people who are asking for it are investors, and investors as well, they aren't really asking for it, they're just kind of being talked into it. It's sad. Because I feel like, I think the worst part is, I wouldn't have any issue with this if they were making an original show. But the issue was that they weren't having, like, it's not an original show. It's just like the issue of, it's like with the Halo show and Lord of the Rings and shit. It's they never come out with something new and try to do anything creative. They just instead will, like, take a source material with an existing fan base and then just pillage it for everything it's worth and then leave it in the trash. You've seen people complaining that have never read, bought, or painted a single thing from Warhammer. Yeah, well, that's, I think it's just because of how much, I think it's because of how beloved Henry Cavill is. I think that's a big thing. So people who saw what happened to him in The Witcher are, like, by default on his side. And also just because I feel like even for people who have had no interaction with 40k, people in the sort of, I don't want to say the nerd community, but in this sort of hobby space and like hobby gaming space, that sort of thing, there's a lot of respect for 40k because of how in-depth it is, even for people who aren't involved in it at all. And so that, like, and also it's probably because people have seen this happen to the shit that they like Halo fans, like, who have no interest in 40k, would just be like, come on, we can't have this happen to another good sci-fi series. How long before they retcon missing Primarchs as women? Well, I mean, maybe that's their foot in the door for female Space Marines, is the missing Primarchs were women. Or, what about this? Alfarius and Omegon? Who said they have to be identical twins, huh? They could be fraternal, huh? One of them could be female. Yeah, no, it's... We have dark days ahead of us. No, God, please, no. Malkador outright said in a book that he told the Emperor to make some female Primarchs, but the Emperor said no. Based Emperor. It's just like, no. How far is an Amigo are the same soul split in two? Make some lore about them fusing to include gender fluid into the lore, all thought out. It's all coming together. Sanji, I reckon you should apply to Amazon. I think they would accept you with open arms. They would love your input. This is the kind of creativity that they need. It would be funny if the only chapters that have been exterminated were the female ones. Yeah, I think... But again, it's just so crazy that, like, GW... Or not GW, because GW don't give a fuck, they just want to make money. It's just so crazy that Amazon is so obsessed with, like, making Space Marines and Custodes women, when they've already got so many awesome options for really cool female characters. Like you said, with, like, with Inquisitors, Naval Commanders, fucking High Lords, Rogue Traders, AdMech. There are so many really cool options. Like, in the fucking AHRIMAN book that I'm reading right now, there's a really cool tech priest. Well, they call her a tech witch, but, because she's not loyal anymore, but, like, really cool female characters that are from the AdMech. But no. Sisters of Battle. No. Train, we've already ruled out Sisters of Battle because they're too religious for Amazon. They've already outright said no to them because they're too religious. And, you know, we can't have zealotry in our 40k setting. Okay, I just want to get this as smooth as possible so I can set it aside, and then we can come back and sculpt it next stream. You forget evil cannot create, only pervert, subvert, and destroy. These ideologues are evil. Idolaters need to be gatekept from our community of creators. I mean, it's like what Tolkien said. Evil cannot create. And it can only corrupt and destroy. And look what happened to Rings, like, look what happened to the Lord of the Rings with Rings of Power. Have you guys seen the thing from the new Rings of Power where there was an orc who is like, there's an orc who is a loving father to it, like he has an orc wife and an orc child and he doesn't want to go to war. It's so bad. Alright, I'm gonna let this set now. Female Emperor's children win. They doubt they'd accept that as they're the bad guys. Look, I mean, if we were to get any female Space Marines, I'm not gonna say it, but like, no, but they are the last ones that they would make female Space Marines out of. Can't wait for pacifist orcs in the show. Can't wait. I can't wait for female orcs to show up in 40k, even though they are literally just fungus. Henry Cavill's gonna get kicked off the board because he doesn't want to do any of that shit. And then season 1, we're going to get like... it's just gonna be all of the bad guys, but they've all been perverted beyond belief. Also, if they want the diversity, why don't they literally just make the show about, like, you could just have it be the salamanders on a world, like fighting on a world where there's, like, a lot of female guardsmen and inquisitors active, and then, boom, like, easy diversity. Women Necrons. I feel like, isn't there, I think there actually is lore for a female Necron who's, is it, she's like one of the Pharaons. I'm not sure if it's for the Slayer, the Necron dynasties that's all like Flayers or what, but I'm pretty sure it's a Necron dynasty where like, I think they're black and orange, and they are like just all a bunch of motherfuckers. Orcs are non-binary. They may be, no, they're non-binary genetically, but they all identify as male because they're all the boys. So that's a big no-no. To be fair, there are male and female Necrons that didn't change their gender when they changed to metal. Yeah, they just lost all of their bits. Like, I don't think there are any, like, I don't think the Silent King or the Stormlord have, like, a metal schlong down there. I think that they're just robots now. I'm going to, next up, we'll want the Orc Boys. Exactly. They all identify as male. So that's a no-no. I'm gonna go wash my hands of all this crap, and then we can get on to, I'm gonna cut these off and put actual horns on there, and then see if we can do some conversions to the main model as well. I'll be right back. I tell you what. That milliput sticks to your hands like shit to a blanket. Holy moly. Alright, yeah. Got most of it. We should be good. So, what we want to do now is, we're gonna clean up the little... I'll just take him off the base. Get rid of this blue tack. Also, you're right about the Lost Legions going to G-Man and Rogel. I see. No favoritism whatsoever there. I guess it makes sense with them both being the largest legions out of the, like, even post-Heresy, they were the largest legions, weren't they? The Ultramarines and the Fists. Because, like, Dark Angels are still quite big, because they didn't really deal with a whole lot of shit during the Heresy, outside of infighting. Reckon the show will be in 30k or 40k? I feel like there's more to talk about in 30k. And I think 30k would be a better place to introduce new people to the lore. But there's a lot of flexibility. I feel like surely it would start in 30k. $40k, I won't have Space Marines or Xenos, too high budget. True. No, it will have Space Marines, but they'll never be wearing their armor because they'd want to show off how human they are, like what they did with the Master Chief. He'd always take his helmet off. Hello, how you going, Ben? You've happened in the midst of our Amazon bashing. I hope you feel welcome here. Probably be an Inquisitor Detective Noir. I mean, that could be cool. If they do that well, that would be quite cool. I would have no complaints. But the issue is, I don't think that they're going to be able to do that well. I don't think they'll be able to do anything well. Unless they have Henry Cavill still at the helm, but I don't think that Henry Cavill's going to last at the helm. I think they're going to drop him at some point because he's not going to do what they want him to do. Please, not another Halo show. Look, it's doomed. I don't know what to say, guys. I'm sorry. It's doomed. I don't think Amazon will be capable of producing any good 40k content. It does not sound good because they're trying to make a cinematic universe. Can I just say, I hate the concept of cinematic universes. It is the most money-grubbing shit we've ever had. Like, it's... Thank you, Marvel, for ruining cinema. Can't just drop the executive producer. Just watch them. You, like... they will find a way. Like, because he's the, I'm not sure if he's the executive producer for the whole universe, or if it's just for the live action show that's kicking it off. So they might just can his show. And because they've got other shows in the pipeline, they might just can his and just forget it ever happened and just make their own shit. I think this has enough surface area to actually glue together now. I might need to flatten it a bit more. But what I do need to do, I'll also fill in these little holes on his back. So we'll just pick up a little bit of the milliput. Did I really just do that? Guys? My fingers are blade proof. No blood comes out of these things. I just had this sitting down. I tried to use this to cut the why does Nub Maker look different? Did I replace my relic blade with a basic knife? No, this is still Nub Maker. It's over here. I was just using a loose knife blade to work the putty. And I think this is definitely from Nub Maker's family because it did nearly just draw blood. It broke skin, no blood though. So it has a long way to go before it can inherit the name of Nubmaker, the title. Lucky the clay dulled it. Oh no, I didn't put my finger where the clay was. What happened was it was upside down and I didn't realize it was upside down, and I just went to apply pressure on it downwards to cut the clay. So I just pushed my finger down right there. It was not my smartest moment. A very bright moment, yeah. That is not me at my best. Stop covering your eyes, friends. You're making me nervous. I don't know how I've never seen this emoji before of the covering your eyes thing, but it's the most fucked up thing to have appeared in my chat in the past couple of days. Makes me scared I'm gonna fuck something up really bad. If we're lucky, we could get the Fallout treatment instead of the Halo Lord of the Rings treatment. Yeah, maybe. I have heard that the Fallout show was pretty good. Nothing incredible, but I heard it was solid. So like, if we can get a nice solid show, then that's, I reckon we can't ask for anything better than a solid adaptation. Doesn't need to be the best thing ever. It just needs to not be hideously disrespectful. Yeah, I think that's probably enough to fill the holes. We can just let that dry and then get rid of the excess. It's not sticking, is it? Nope. Cool. Next. Let's go over here. I'm gonna cut these off, and I'm gonna go and get the horns from my skull set, and let's see if we can make something that looks a little bit nicer. One sec. Okay. Really enjoyed it. A few people complained about retcons from Fallout 1 when 90% of their complaints were changed in Fallout 2. NCR being gone kind of sucks, but not the worst way to go. Who is complaining about retcons from Fallout 1? I would venture that 95% of Fallout fans did not play Fallout 1. Like, most Fallout fans got into it in, like, Fallout 3 or New Vegas. Okay, so I think we want the horns from this one here. Let's just chop his horns off. And so I think the way that I want to angle the horns is because they need to have that wiggle to them. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start them angled in like that, so they then wiggle outwards. Yeah, I'm surprised you're not a huge fan of the Fallout show, or not even not a huge fan, but I'm surprised you didn't like the Fallout show, Francois, because everything that I've heard was that it was, even if not the, like, not necessarily a great show, but it was solid. Yeah, like, most people that watched it that I've spoken to said that it was decent. And it was a lot better than a lot of other video game adaptations that we've gotten. But I haven't watched it either, so I don't have a whole lot of room to comment on it. In a world with adaptations of Lord of the Rings, Halo, and Witcher, Fallout was pretty good. Okay, Ben, you're not setting the highest bar there. Okay, I think I need to set these quite far out. Like that. And then like that. And I think that'll be good. Because it's not 100% like what the staff is. So I'll pull the reference up. Is that one. Because you can see the staff has a little bit of a wiggle to it. But it ends sloping outwards. Whereas if I do it sloping inwards... Not going to cut off the green stuff and start fresh, huh? Well, I probably will cut it back and start it fresh a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out what shape I want to go with. Because this is the simple way, but it's not quite accurate to what the staff looks like. So ideally, I want the horns to end on the outwards wiggle. Like, I could take some other horn sections and splice them together, but I feel like that could get a bit nightmarish, a little bit monstrous. Hmm. I'm not 100% on how we're gonna do this. Do not cut a horn halfway and then invert the top piece to get the wiggle effect. Maybe. You see, this is why I stream, because everyone in chat is infinitely smarter than I am. I am unbelievably stupid. So I just don't think about these things. I'm going to test it first on a horn that I don't care about. So I'm just going to yoink a horn from this guy here. And then we probably want to cut it on an angle. Oh shit, no, I don't want to cut it on an angle. See, this is why we test it first. I need to cut it flat, not on an angle, because on an angle makes it go really bad. Like that. That's how we end up with a 90-degree. See, I am unbelievably stupid. Okay. Good thing we tested it on a horn I don't care about. This one's a failure. We'll keep these bits off to the side just in case I have some use for them later. Let's try on another one of those horns that I don't care about. Not the pliers. Okay, so I'd essentially, we just want to snap it downwards with the knife blade. Because I understand we'd pinch it. I'm going for proof of concept here. I'm not going for a perfect finish just yet. Okay, and so, so this is the default orientation of it. I need to get in close so I can see what I'm doing, just so that I can align it nicely. But yeah, I think that's what I think that is a good idea for what we're going to do. So I think we will split the horn in half to get the wiggle. Yeah, so this is workable. So how far up do we want it to change direction to get the wiggle? Because if we have it flat, it has that angle. So we want the transition to be around about where my thumbnail is right now. I want to make mini slices, want it the same on the opposite side, need a pin with a gap for some green stuff. Yeah, we'll see how we go. I might just be able to fuse it with plastic cement, just gently, and then a little bit of green stuff just to, or milliput, just to fill in the little, the mold line, or the, not mold, but the little seam where we've joined it. But yeah. Hello. How you going? Go for it. Sculpt the green stuff between the top and bottom of the horn. I've deformed the plastic cutting. It will need to sculpt two of the horn ridges. Oh right, yeah. So I'm probably not going to need the whole bottom of them. Like I'll probably just flatten that out with the knife blade. I don't need the entire horn length. So the base model is a 3D print, so it's resin. It's a display piece, so I don't need too much. It's going to be super glued together. So I'm going to plastic cement these bits, then I'm just going to super glue that down onto the green stuff. And I'm going to upset everyone here by not doing this the right way. I'm just gonna gently try to smooth out the bottom flat of it. Just so we have surface area to work with. Yeah, because that's pretty good now, the bottom edge of it. It's not about the horn length, it's about the horn diameter. Yeah, the shape of it is pretty fine. It didn't get pinched too badly. And it doesn't matter if it's a little flat this way, because that's kind of the shape of the staff anyway. hope it turns out well. If not, you'll bring shame to your name with a bad suggestion. Look, it's a better suggestion than anything I could have come up with. So, regardless of the result, it's better than what I was starting with. It's a good idea, but you can do it janky or top tier. And let me tell you, anything that I'm doing is going to be scuffed as shit. So you guys are doomed to watch something awful. This is going to be the most heartbreaking thing that you guys are going to witness this week. Yeah, Faith, the four-armed emperor watches over us. Now, how scary is this image you guys are seeing right now? Oh my goodness. I have my hands off the screen. I come onto the screen like this. This is the most fucked up image. Oh man. Okay. I'm not going to cut it like that. I would lose a finger. I was just making a little mark so that I knew where the blade needed to sit. And now the cut needs to be hang on. So I need help figuring this out because it's going to sit like this. So the flat is going to be sitting there. So when I cut it, does the cut need to be mirroring the angle of the curve, like that? Or does it need to be flat to the bottom like that? I think it needs to mirror the angle of the curve, right? It needs to be parallel with the, it needs to be essentially straight along the shape of the horn, right? Because if I go flat like this, then it's angled along the horn, and so then it'll swing really wildly that way. But I want it to be a gradual thing. Nice relic blade slash any fingers with it. Not sure if you can see, Dipper. We broke some skin just before. Just there. No blood though, because my fingers are blade proof. Is the base sitting flat on the staff or at an angle? It'll probably sit flat on the staff, because what we'll have is we'll have the horn sit like that, and then at this point we will cut it so that it swings back the other way. What I'm going to do actually first is I'm just going to cut this down to be more flat to the staff. Need to take a little bit more off. I think I pretty much need to cut off this whole top section. In fact, I think that's all glued on, so if I'm lucky I might just be able to lift that up. Oh, that's tearing a little bit. Draw it up first. Draw each piece and try to put them together. See how they all line up where pins and putty need to be. Francois, do you know who you're talking to? I am the opposite of a planner. I actively avoid planning things out. If it doesn't involve me cutting things with a knife or painting things, it is not on my to-do list. Draw twice, cut once. Did I hear that right? Did I read that right? Did you just say cut 10 times, build again, cut some more? Because the way I understand it, the more I use the knife, the better I get with the knife. The better I get with the knife. And eventually, I will reach the point where I don't need to recut because I will cut so many times that I am just inherently good at it. make a fine tradesman in the UK. That does not sound good. I feel like when I was, I feel like when I was really, well, not really young, but when I was like in my early teens, I remember seeing a show on TV. It was a UK show called Cowboy Builders. And it was just like going around chasing down builders who had done fucked jobs. We're getting more towards the sort of size we want for this arm of the staff. Because I think I can adjust this just to be the right sort of shape that I want, rather than having to start fresh. I'm wondering, I might use some fishing line or guitar string to try to redo this this chain here. We'll see. What made me choose proxy over the official model? Anything in particular, or just a fun challenge? Well, it was mainly just I'd gotten this this third-party Chaos Sorcerer, and I just really liked the build of it, like the quality of it. But I wanted to see if I could make an AHRIMAN instead, because because like this is what the regular third-party proxy ends up looking like, which is very, very cool. Not AHRIMAN at all, but it's just a really cool model. And yeah, I wanted to see if I could convert most of it into AHRIMAN so that I'd have majority of the cool third-party model. But yeah, just turn it into a character that I like. But yeah, I'm not going for a perfect one-for-one. I just want it to be close enough that it's recognizable. I'm not going to slave away over every minute detail. But yeah, Iron Staff has a like a face with a little bit of forehead above the line I'm working on, and the horns come off that. Maybe Green Stuff a forehead bump. I need to see what that is. Oh, so where the eye is with the little the crossbar above it. Yeah, we'll see how we go. Just clean up the crossbar first, and then yeah, we'll figure it out from there. You're so close to choosing Thousand Suns as your army when you first started painting. The Zangor patrol put you off in the end. Honestly, I got the Thousand Suns combat patrol, and I was not all that interested in the Zangors, but once I started building them, they're actually really cool. Like, they're a lot of fun to put together, and I think the Zangors are actually a lot cooler than I was expecting them to be. It is sad that the Thousand Suns Combat Patrol doesn't have any Rubric Marines in it. They look cool, but there are too many. Yeah, there's like 20 of them in the box. Yeah, it's sad that there are no Rubric Marines in the Thousand Suns Combat Patrol. It's all just like there's a few there's a few sorcerers, and there's just a shitload of Zangors. No horrors, no nothing. Yeah, I think I will sculpt something to have a bit of a profile on the side of the staff there. Just need to try to carve out this little bit of green stuff that's giving me some grief here. There we are. Now the crossbar is mostly okay. There's still some work to be done. Like I could probably carve a little groove out of here. A little bit more. We're getting there though. Yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Not a huge fan of working with green stuff. I can see the value in it. I can see the use cases. Doesn't mean I particularly like it. Also because my original uses of it were terrible, and I'm having to salvage the issues left for me by past Jack. very bendy pole. You'd snap it in 2 seconds forgetting it's bendy. I don't know if you... I don't know if you can see this. You see the remnants of super glue there? Right here? I did snap it. There's a reason it's so bendy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh indeed. Let's just carve away the really ugly bits from the super glue here as well, because it's upsetting me to look at. Okay, so let's just eyeball what we want to do. You look at the new Blood Angels Combat Patrol. I don't think you've ever seen a more boring box. I have heard nothing but bad things about the new Blood Angels book. Did I repair it by pinning it? Of course not, Francois. You think I pin things? What I did was I got some, I cut it flat, I got some glue, I held it there, and I kept holding it there. Now we've got a nice bow in the staff there. Yeah, let's hold it along a flat line. Zoom this in so you can see the nice straight line. Honestly, it's not too bad, actually. Hang on. I don't know if you guys can see. I flatten it down here. And the bottom of the staff sits a good... This is me. I'm pinching the, I'm pinching it flat here. It's a bit flaccid. Okay, so how are we going to go about this? So if I cut that... I need to visualize what this is going to look like based on the angle I cut it at. If I cut it at this angle... Then... I need the second one. Would it not look better sticking the horns to the pole at an angle? As in... like that. Oh, yeah. I'm with you now. So I build up, because that kind of gives a more rounded look. Yeah, and I think that's actually in the, that's what they've done in the original as well. there's a little base that they sit on that they then stick out off of. Alright. I was hoping to avoid this. It's time to bring out the dreaded enemy. I don't think that I'm going to be able to get a nice... Well, actually... I've got some milliput that's pre-mixed. Let's see if we can make it with the milliput first, and if it doesn't work, then we can go to the green stuff. And now cut the horn to the same horizontal plane as the top of the staff. Are we sure? Because what I'd be doing is with the when I build the little section like that, the horn would be coming off the that part of the staff rather than. So I don't think I need to cut an angle into it, because I'd be running it flat off that section of the staff. But the horn close to the middle gives it a nice continuous curve to the outline instead of the curve from the horn. Flat pole curve from the other horn. Yeah, because I see what you mean, because when I have it sitting flat, it just kind of goes inwards. It's really gross, but when it goes outwards, it's quite nice. Wow, this is your first time seeing this. Very cool. Thank you, Ash. Yeah, so I think we build up the little sections like that and have it go out quite a bit. The issue is I don't want to angle them outwards too much, because it does need to come back in. And when I angle them outwards, they just kind of go out, because they don't have a huge curve in them. With the horn placed at an angle, cut it to the same horizontal plane as the top of the staff. But what would that do though? Because if I'm just pushing it into, if I'm pushing it into the milliput anyway, then that shouldn't matter too much, should it? Because if I'm just taking that wedge off it, that wouldn't really matter if that wedge is being buried in milliput regardless. The bottom, oh, the middle of the horn. Okay, where I'm cutting it in half. Right, okay. That's what you meant. I'm with you now, I'm with you now. Okay, so probably pull these out from the center a little bit. The joys of finding a middle ground. The joys of me misinterpreting everything that Francois says. I asked how and slash where to cut it 5 minutes ago, but chat is slow. Yeah, I think YouTube chat generally has about a 20 to 30 second delay on it, which isn't the best for clear communication between streamer and chat. That's why I try to read out everything that you guys, well, I try to read out what you guys are saying before I respond to it so that you know where I'm at. If I cut at a sharper angle instead of flat, switching the cuts to the opposite horn would probably save some cleanup. Ah. But wouldn't I be technically cutting them at the same angle? Because I'd cut that like that, and I'd cut that like that, and so then they'd basically be the same. YouTube is 3 to 5 seconds, that 20 to 30 is Aussie net? Surely not. Because I know that I had trialed streaming on Twitch as well years ago, and Twitch I had near instant, despite using the same internet. I'm pretty sure it is just that like YouTube has a a longer delay than most other streaming services in general. Struggling to rationalize what you just said one moment. I was gonna say, I feel like that would be a good idea, but I don't think it works. If the horns were inverted in design in some way, that would work, but since they're identical, not quite what not something we're really able to work with. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I've got this noodle here. We're gonna tap this down. Squeeze it into shape. And just use a wet knife blade just to sculpt it. Yeah, 4 AM sleep mode hasn't turned on. Need to run your schedule more. Don't try to sculpt the horns of the staff yet, just tack them in place for my cuts. To make the cuts the same plane as the top of the staff, we can get a bit more curve on the horn without sticking out. Yeah. I'm not going to try to stick them onto the staff yet, because we need to set up the, we need to give this bit that I'm doing right now some time to set anyway. Although I'm having a feeling that the milliput is going to struggle quite a bit to stick to the resin. Which does not bode well. I'm scared that this isn't going to stick too well over here either. It's this bit, yeah, it's just coming clean off. Oh my goodness. It's so doomed. Why? Why? It's sticking to my fingers more than it's sticking to the model. Use water. I have been using water. The issue is that the water makes it... like, there's like a point where the water stops it sticking to me a little bit, but then it makes it even stickier. Because there's like a point where, like, the milliput, once it's no longer wet, it's not sticky at all. Get the staff wet, right, okay. I've just picked up a green stuff shaving. Picked up a few green stuff shavings, very cool. I've dunked the staff in water. Sculpt weight to dry and then glue. I think that's probably what I'm going to have to do. I just want to get it to the right sort of size before I sort of leave it to set. This is irritating because I had it really good a second ago. Wet my tools first. Roger, roger. Yeah, I'm shaping it a bit better now, but it is starting to split in the middle again. And I think for the most part, we've got it to the right sort of size-ish. Maybe. Ugh. If I touch this, is it going to stick to me? No. If I were to paint Tyranids, what scheme would I do? Are you thinking of doing Behemoths teal with red? Not a fan of pale white with purple. I've actually got some Termagants that I have painted, and I think I'm pretty happy with the general color scheme. I didn't put a huge amount of effort into painting them all nicely because I had 20 Termagants and I just wanted to paint all of them as quick as I could. So I'll go and show you what those ones look like. I'll just get this sitting nice and flat. Okay, this is more or less okay. I'm going to let this sit for a bit and we'll come back to it. Yeah, we'll let this sit for a little bit. One sec, I'll show you the colors that I've got for the Termagants that I painted. Yeah, so this is these are the Termagants that I've done. With how many models there are, that's fair. You plan on working with contrasts and then putting in some work, adding highlights on the cut and panels. Yeah, that's what I did. I just slap chopped these. So I just dry brushed the undertones and then just did the rest with contrasts. It was a fun little experiment. But yeah, I think that this is I quite like this color scheme for Tyranids, so I'll probably paint my Tyranids like this in the future. I think this one, I've got some nicer highlights on it. But yeah, it's all just like this sort of, I like the sort of the sickly green skin with the shiny black carapace. Makes them look like bugs. And I haven't based them yet. But I'll get back to them at some point. Among the mountain of other things that I have to do, like the mountain of other minis. I like the yellowy green flesh. Yeah, I like how it's worked out. Oh, just need to stretch. Okay. So what we were going to do with the horns is we get them at an outward angle. And then once we have them at the outward angle, we then cut according to the horizontal of the staff. Tyranids constantly evolve, so yours are going to be bark armor with stony skin covered in vines and grass tufts like decorator crabs. That's really cool, actually. Stone and bark sounds really cool. Don't think you can invest a color scheme into Navi that needs 100 models. Yeah. Or a cool scheme into Navi that needs 100 models. That's the main thing for me is, like, you just need so many Tyranids for a lot of the, like... It was mainly just, like, the Termagants. No! Anyway, let's see if we can put it back down there. Come on, go back, please. Please. Nothing happened. It's all fine. Nothing happened, guys. I just need... please don't pull it off, thank you. just need to figure out the right angle. And once we have the angle right, then we can know how to cut it. Honestly, is it even worth trying to get the cut at the right angle? Or do we just make it like this? Using your NIDs as a basing material for your Eldar can't be the focus of the models. Just contrast with all Eldar units. Doesn't leave normal NID color schemes an option. Yeah, I am probably going to use like my Tyranids as basing materials for other things. Like how I've used my I'm using a couple of Zangors as basing materials for the Knight. Still looks good this way if it'll save me pain. I reckon what we'll do is we'll leave this bit on the crosspiece to dry, and we'll revisit this next stream when all of the milliput has set, and we will make the decision there. Let's kick the issue down the road because the milliput needs to set anyway. And there is nothing I excel at more than procrastinating and trusting painful issues to future me. So let's just mold this back to how it should be. Your friend plays Necrons, so naturally your Deathwing models have Necrons on the base. It's just a declaration of war. So disrespectful. If you play the same mate regularly, their models and colors should adorn your bases. It's so disrespectful. I love it. Oh no, why did I touch this with my finger? I'm so stupid. I keep thinking, oh yeah, I'll just be able to tap it down a little bit, and then my finger just abducts the whole piece of milliput. How am I making this worse? It should be... The blade should be wet. They will be painted in his color scheme once he finally paints something. I see. Okay. I say bugger it. This is good enough. We'll just leave it be for the time being. Let that set, and we can adjust it later. Girlfriend plays sisters in Space Wolves. Don't think she'd be happy if you did the same with them. That's all the more reason to do it. Need to stir the pot. Okay. What can we do? Need to adjust the cape so that it fits underneath the power pack. So I don't think we'll be able to just widen this. I think if we just take a notch out of this. It's still funny that Necrons could defeat every faction, but they just say, nah, let's give him a chance. But it's not that they say, nah, let's give him a chance. It's that if they go all in and defeat every faction, then they will end up destroying all the biomass, and they don't want to destroy the biomass because they want to be able to transfer their bodies into something. Also, the Necrons aren't super united, and the Celestial. I don't know where that part just flew off to, guys. A piece of resin just flew off somewhere far into my room. And I don't think I'm finding it. One sec, guys. I'm just gonna go looking for something. Give me a moment. I have no idea where this has gone. I think I found one piece of it. Believe it or not, grey resin? Surprisingly hard to find in grey carpet, but it didn't go far. So I don't know how it snapped at that angle when I was trying to cut it. Like, oh, actually, I lost the piece that I don't care about. Hate how resin cracks. Yeah, I'm learning how resin cracks. I'm wondering if this is reduced enough that it'll fit under his backpack like that. In fact, I think this might be all we need, because that'll just fit there. We don't need to worry too much about the pins, because the shoulders will actually end up obstructing most of that. So, in all honesty, I think it should be fine. I need a dark blue short-haired rug under my desk. Unfortunately, Francois, this did not land under my desk. This landed a good 2 meters deep in my room. So in this particular situation, that such a rug would not help me. Yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit of super glue and just glue that section back on. Because I won't be messing around with it for a while. Hang on, where did I put that little piece? I had it a second ago. Where did I put it? Hello? Okay, it's up here. I couldn't see it. I was really worried that I'd just thrown it somewhere. The paint of grey carpets all over your room, and then you vacuum, and 1000% hear missing pieces clicking as they get picked up. Yeah. I haven't vacuumed my carpet in a little while because it hasn't gotten to the point where I'm like stepping on pieces of plastic constantly. But every now and then I do just hit a bit of plastic and just get stuck in my foot, and I'm like, oh, that's where that went. Okay. Now hopefully that should stick nicely. And I think I should have cut back enough for it to fit. Because I think it only needed a little bit taken away to fit around the part where the power pack sits there. So if I just gently push this up. Actually, I'll probably need to take off the little pins here. I know this is still drying, but I'm impatient, so I'm just gonna ruin this glue so that I can cut the pin. Actually, it didn't even dislodge the glue. That's lucky. So now this should just push in. Not quite. I think I'll need to cut the inside edge off of this skull here because it's just not wide enough at the top. We'll use Nub Maker for that because I'm scared that I'm going to shatter it again if I use the snippers. Oh, I just realized that I split that there. Oh my, that is bad. Did not realize how deep that crack ran. Can you see that hairline crack? Wow. Note to self. Don't use snippers on thick sections of resin because you will just annihilate the whole model. Wowee. Well, I'm gonna just apply some super glue along the back edge here, just so that there's something that's gonna hold this together, if only a little bit. Stop it from splitting. Superglue is my friend. Is this enough? Not quite. Getting there. I just need to thin it a bit at the top. Just shave this back a bit. How is it now? Tiny bit more. Got super glue on my fingers. It was gonna happen eventually. Oh, it's all stuck together. Ugh. Please let me go. Please. Oh, I am stuck tight. There we are. Now, surely I've shaved away enough that it'll go on now. Yep. Cool, it fits. We're chilling. We've done it. So, what now? Now what we can do is... the horns for his head. Now, I know that the horns for his head are somehow more complicated than the horns for his staff. Because they've got, like, these... like, they're not just horns. They've got, like, stuff on them. You know, like, they've got, like, stuff and things. Because they've got, like, they've got, like, the horn, and then they've got this, this flat metallic bit that runs around the edge. I was thinking of free sculpting them. I'm not thinking of doing that anymore. I am not that crazy. I'm not that guy. I'm thinking now, what I do is we get our trusty horns from here, and then we can just build shit. Like, we can just build on them. Rather than going from scratch, we can just use the horns and then build the flat bits for metallic with milliput or green stuff. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Now we've got 6 horns for him. there's... one sec, is there a way that I can make this transparent? There should be a way that I can do transparency. I can't figure it out at the moment, but anyway, there's the two horns at the top. So there's the two ones up the top that do this. You can have more room. So there's the two at the top that do that. And then there's the two at the sides that are much wider. And then there's two that are harder to see, which are that go around his jaw. And they like hang low doing that. So, for the ones at the top, we will probably just use between these horns and these horns. I'm not sure how much difference we've got. I think they're much the same. I think we have a little bit more curve on these ones here. I think I'll probably use these horns for the, like this guy's horns down the bottom there, for the horns around AHRIMAN's jowls. So let's just cut out this whole skull and work with it. Actually, hang on just a minute. Okay. One thing that I was really worried about, and that I was really struggling with, was doing a ram's skull for one of the shoulder pads. This seems to almost be the right size for a shoulder pad. I think I can trim this down, ignoring the big top horns, and potentially just put this straight on the shoulder pad and then not have to worry about sculpting a ram skull. That's convenient. So we will appropriate the horns at the top of the head. And we will get rid of the rhinoceros horn. That does not suit our means, does not suit our goals. can't paint your full Space Marine, but you do have black, so you can paint some parts of your Space Marine. Because you're doing them in Salamander scheme, aren't you? Are you going for traditional Salamander colors, or are you doing a Salamander successor? OG Salamander? Righto. You have rain outside? Nice. Has it been pretty dry over there lately, Sunju? Oh, man. This does not feel safe. I was shaking so much with that cut. Not in Scotland, but it was so dry in Spain when you were over. I see. Okay, so let's see if we can trim this down. Basically what I'm going to try to do with this skull is I'm just going to try to trim it down along the line of the horns there, just so that it's nice and smooth, sort of round top of the head from the horns. So you want to make it as small as possible so that it fits on the shoulder pad nicely. And I'll probably need to file the back of it down so that it sits down nice and clean. I might just chop it flat with the snippers. This is going to ruin it instantly. But I'm impatient as hell. Didn't actually ruin it, thankfully. And now I can just clean it up from here. I love when there are little bubbles in the mold. Makes for a great fun when I'm trying to modify things. Also, I think I did cut it a bit too flat. Whoops. Oh well. It is what it is. If I put some plastic cement in the top of there, it'll probably melt to a nicer finish anyway. In fact, I might just do that now. because I love solvents. Instantly make everything more fun. Yeah, so just put a bit of the plastic cement there. Ahoy, how you going, brother of Titans? You've come in right as I've started smelling plastic cement. This is my favorite pastime on this channel. Not sure how familiar you are with this with this bit, but I love the smell of solvents. Yeah, I will say, last week, guys, when I was doing the solvent huffing bit, I wasn't actually huffing solvents, but man, when I finished that stream, my room smelt toxic. I had the windows open and everything. Yummers. I had the windows open and everything, and I walked out of my room, and it was like the instant I smelt the regular fresh air, I got a headache. Like, I was fine while I was in the in the solvent infested or solvent infected space, and the second I got the taste of actual clean air, I just started dying. My body realized how bad it was. Okay. Now, I will probably, what I'll do is I'll shave off the corner there, and then I'll put some sprue goo on the top there, just to see if we can give it a bit of body. Okay. Here's our other solvent, the forbidden soup. So just put a drop of that on the top there, and just let it slowly spread out. And hopefully that should give us a nice smoother finish for the top of the skull here. I'm just tapping the skull just to see if we can encourage the sprue goo to slide around a little bit. I don't want to completely ruin the surface tension though and just have it drizzle over the front. So the surface tension of it is quite important. I might get a tiny bit more. Just see if we can increase the size of this little drop. Ooh. I think I might have a bit too much there. I've got to keep this upright so that it doesn't just flow the wrong way. See if I can just... I was gonna say see if I can wedge it in between something, but I've actually got some blue tack here. So I should just be able to stick it into some blue tack and then set it down here. And we'll just let that go for the time being. Put our solvents away. And we can get back to working with these horns while we let that dry. Man, these parts of the horns were not made to be cut. This may look like a sprue. It is absolutely not a sprue. It does not want to cut. Okay. That's mostly cleaned up. Then we can just do the other horn and then figure out how we're going to make this work. Sorry, lefty tablet died. All good, mate. Thanks for coming back. Man, if this were a drinking stream and we were doing the thing that you guys suggested of every time a knife makes skin contact, take a shot, I would already be plastered. Holy shit. This is not sustainable. You back? Welcome back. Okay, so drink. I haven't got anything to drink here. Look, this isn't the 1,000 subscriber death stream. Okay, yeah, I reckon these horns will be fine, and I'll just add a bit to. I'll add some flat sections to the back of them to do the metallics in. I can modify the horns to be more like what I want for AHRIMAN's horns. So these will be the two for the top of his head. And then I'll probably use these two horns for the sides of his head. Actually, they're like the same size, aren't they? They're a tiny bit smaller. Maybe I'll use these ones for the... No, I'll use those for those jowls. So I'll actually just chop these bits out now. So we'll cut there, and then we'll just split this skull in half. And one moment, I will be right back. You heard it here first, folks. 1,000 subs, we get a death stream. Yeah, that's right. We hit 1,000 subs and I will die on stream. One moment, I'm just gonna go get a drink. Okay, I am back. Alright, so these ones will be the horns for the side, or for these will be the smaller horns. So we'll just split them in two. Like that, and then we can trim them down. Death Stream? What's that? It's what it sounds like, Silver. 1,000 subs and I will die live on stream, apparently. I will die of alcohol poisoning. Okay. So that's about how much I can reduce it to. About halfway through this bottom bit there. That's crazy, you're crazy and you wouldn't do that. Yeah. I must say, it wasn't my initial, it wasn't my plan to begin with. I didn't float the idea at the start. I don't know how it came to be, but somehow it has become the case that if I hit 1,000 subs, there will be a drinking stream. And there have been some ideas for the method by which I drink, which I think are fucking insane. I think the most popular one that floated was every time the blade makes skin contact, I take a drink. I think that would lead to some very fast, serious injuries, and probably I would probably just pass out from alcohol poison. Or from alcohol poisoning or blood loss within the first half hour. Mecha Pimpzilla shot lightning from his hands as the engine screamed, opened up his jaws, and launched his death ray beams. The IRS cheered. They thought they'd won. Pimpzilla was down, but only stunned. What are you saying? I'm so lost. It's something a Dracario would come up with out of boredom. True. It's an actual Dark Eldar ritual. Do like you, 1,000 miniatures, buy a miniature, paint it, and give it away to one of the stream watchers. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's a cool idea. Yo, Francois, respectfully, what are you on right now? Okay, so I think this one's a bit long. So for this one, we'd probably want to shorten it a little bit, or use a shorter horn. But we can still use next level fan fiction. Can probably still use this for that one there. Yeah, that works for that one there, and then we can use a much smaller, a much shorter horn for the little ones that come around the bottom there. Some good drugs. Pimpzilla versus Mecha Pimpzilla on channel Kaiju Funk. I am so lost. Am I having a stroke right now? Silver, where is this dealer? Yeah, Silver, whatever you thought you bought, I think he gave you something else. For reference, by the way, I am not peeling my I did not just peel up a section of my skin. I'm not just some freak who likes to dig at my skin. This is super glue. I am not just tearing my finger apart. I know that looked kind of sketchy. I'm not that guy. I'm not that much of a freak. I realized as I was doing it that I should probably explain what's happening to avoid any odd misunderstandings. That's super glue. That's not my skin that I just peeled up. That big bug skull would look good on a Gene Stealer Cult Knight. It would. It is a very cool skull. Also, I like that they gave us two halves of it, so we've got the front and the back of the head, so we can fuse it together and make it look real neat. All hail Slanesh, peel the flesh away, jeez. I'm not that far gone. The only influence Slanesh has over me is to make me spend money. Okay, now... how long will these be? I think, honestly, I can halve the length of this horn. And it'd still be good. Let's start by let's take off 2 notches from each and see how that works out. So we're gonna go back 1, 2. And we'll do the same for the other one. Go back 1, 2. Yeah, it's probably heaps. Ooh. Who's winning, your 23 Necrons or your 1 Tech Marine with an axe and a heavy mounted bolter turret? I think the Necrons are winning that. Just going out on a limb, I think the Necrons are winning that. I don't think there's much of a contest there. Really wishing I hadn't glued the head in before realizing that I need to get rid of these tubes. Pimpzilla swung his pimp hand into the robot's face with the impact force of an asteroid falling from space. He picked up the office of the IRS like pulling a weed from his lawn and threw it down. What is happening here? What is going on? I think Francois needs help. There's some kind of code or something. Francois took some bad X. That wasn't X. I don't know what it was. I don't know. He might have thought it was X. It is not. Let him cook. I think he is already quite cooked. laced with PCP and LSD. I think there's some ket in there. Yeah, I'll get a little file to try to smooth out the side of the face there. Go for one of the flatter ones. You guys sleeping on AI generated music are missing out. I don't think I'm missing out by sleeping on AI anything. I am quite fine without AI in my life. Love me some AI generated slop. The only AI anything that I have ever appreciated is the AI voice Dagoth Ur from Morrowind. That shit is the funniest shit ever, and beyond that, AI is a scourge. Just bumped my head on my lamp and it scared the shit out of me. I think this is mostly cleaned up now. I must say, resin is an absolute pain to file. Like, cutting it cleanly and filing it is a nightmare. It's so dense, but at the same time so brittle. Okay. So, is this a 3D print? It is. It's from it's from an Australian maker called Major Minis. This is what the original, that's what the original print was designed to be like. But I wanted to make it into AHRIMAN. So I've done a little bit of, I was going to say customization, but it is objectively worse than when it started, so I've defaced the shit out of it. I have ruined this mini trying to make it look like AHRIMAN. But yeah, you can see, like, I've still got some spare bits that are still on the sprues. But yeah, the finished product is definitely not going to look as good as the original version of it, and I might buy another one just so that I can build it the way it was meant to be. But I'm really enjoying the process of trying to convert it into AHRIMAN. Because even if it's not going to look super great, it's a fun learning experience. How's the ram head coming along over here? The head's sagging a little bit, but it's not the worst. Like, we can clean that up, because that's just going to go on one of these shoulder pads here. Like, we'll need to file down the back of it and then see if we can wrap it around the shoulder pad. But I think that should work pretty well. Is this still wet? Ish. It's soft, but it's not sticky. I should actually just be able to tap it more into the shape that I want it to be in. So it can set a bit more round, and then we can file it. Just gonna use my thumbnail so that it's not leaving prints. But yeah, we'll let that set. Let's get rid of these bits of green stuff that I'm not going to use. These scraps. Gather them all up in one spot. Okay, what can we do? Okay, so as far as the horns for his head go, there are 3 sets of horns. We've got, let's use this as a, this bit will be a proxy for his, actually no, this is proxy for his head. So if this is his head, there are 3 sets of horns. There are going to be horns like this. Then there are going to be horns like this. And then there are like tusk-like horns, which are down the bottom. Oh my goodness, this is sticking to my fingers. Which are like that, more or less. And so I need to customize them to be more like what we have in the reference image here. So it's gonna have, it needs to have some flat metallic bits that run the inside edge of the horns and then go out the top. Now, I don't think this is... Nah, this is set a bit much to work with. I wonder if I wet it, I might be able to work with it a bit more. But I don't think that's the case. I think This might be pretty dunzos. Yeah, it's pretty dunzos. In the bin. And now I would rather work with it. I would rather work with milliput than green stuff for this, just because the milliput's easier to file, and I have something to build it around. It's not like I'm building a completely new item, so I don't need to worry too much about it needing body. We'll only need a little bit. So we get our knife blade, wet it. And yeah, I only need a tiny little bit, so I'll just take a corner off there. Even that's going to probably be a lot. I think I'll need a little bit more of the putty, because I got a bit too much catalyst there, I think. There we are. That should be heaps. Don't throw away the leftover milliputty. The milliput, I can use it on bases, even when it's just like a kind of shitty brick. I guess I can use it as rock. Yeah, I'll hang on to it. Yeah, I'll hang on to the odd bit for the time being. Now we get to spend like the next 40 minutes working the catalyst and the putty together. I think I've actually gotten a much better mix than I did with the first batch of milliput today. Because this one is a lot smoother. And it's mixing a lot easier than the first batch did. Okay, so what we want to do not too late to make lava bubbles with that leftover milliput. Righto. So let's get a bit of milliput about this big. How well does it twist? Pretty well. I was expecting it to tear, but it... Oh no, like that, yeah, okay. It twists alright, but it does tear. So what we want is basically the horns on the inside edge of them. I need to build up a squared off section. Probably need a bit more, honestly. Can always work. I can take too much and then pull it back rather than too little and add on. But essentially what we want is we want to mirror the amount of, we want to mirror the length of the horn. We're quite thin. Build up over the top edge. They all went quiet because they're listening to Pimp Zilla. I have no idea what this is. Okay, but basically, we want to do something like this for the horns. And honestly, for the most part, I think this is pretty good. Because I can file it back to nice and flat on the sides there, and then I can detail it. The main thing is just getting the end to be nice and curved. Might get a bit of moisture just so it's easier to work it. So it doesn't dry out and break apart on me while I'm working with it. It's a bit weak here, so I'm just gonna tear it off and then massage it back in. Actually, I think I might have to redo a bit of this just because I played around with it a bit too much and broke it apart. Yeah, I made a mess of this. I almost had it. I'm just gonna clean it off. Negatorum, you don't need more brain rot. Good man. Resist the brain rot. We don't need it. Just need to clean out the excess that's filling up the grooves. It'd be better with a pin glued in to use as a handle and green stuff. Is that right? Well, unfortunately, I'm doing it this way. Green stuff will be easier to sculpt your texture and more durable in the end product. The thing is, I find the melee part way easier to sculpt to the texture that I like. Because I can just get it to the right shape and then file it down. And I'm not too worried about durability, because again, it's not going to be used in play or anything like that. So it's not going to get knocked around or constantly picked up and handled. Okay, so I know what I'm going for now. I had my trial run. Will a safety pin to that plastic horn before I putty. I don't have a safety pin in my room right now, and I'm not gonna go find one. We improvising this shit. Have I ever tried milliput mixed with green stuff? I have not yet. I've been told about it. I haven't had a go at it. It works more like green stuff, but it can be filed. Yeah, I should probably give it a shot at some point. Will probably make my life a lot easier. Oh, there we are. That's actually perfect. I just got it. Safety pins are a must-have at the hobby station. I will gather some. Right there. That is the horn that we want. Hang on. Yeah, that is good. Just need to set this aside so that we don't ruin it. And then replicate it. I think I need a little bit more milliput for this. Go to about here. Can always pull it away if I've got too much. Okay. And then I just fold it over the top like that. And point it. And fold it down a bit. And I think that's pretty much there as well. And again, we can clean it up once it's set. But I think for the most part, that's the right sort of shape we want. Compare it to the other one. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm happy. And so now I just need to do the same for the little horns. So we'll take about this much. And just spread them around the edges. Got a bit too much milliput on the end there, so I'll just tear off a bit and then just work it back. Tear off a bit more. Okay, and these bits should be fileable. So I think these smaller horns are going to be a bit more of a pain to get a perfect fit to, especially because they're not a uniform shape and they get very thin very quickly. So it'll be more down to me to sculpt it near the end once they've set. Although that one there is actually pretty perfect. Yeah, I don't know how I just managed to instantly make an almost perfect one when the previous one was pretty poor. So now we've just got the tiny little ones that go around his jaw there. So they curve inwards. So these go on the outside rather than the inside of the horn, like what the others have had. Need to follow this flat here. And that should be plenty. And again, I can just reduce it down to the right size once it's set. The main point is that I just have the little bit of horn texture there to work with. Yeah, I don't like that I've gone from, at the start of the stream, having an absolute shitload of little bits and pieces, to at the end of the stream having having even more little bits and pieces. I was hoping that I'd be able to put them together, not just keep making more and more little pieces of shit. But hopefully at some point this will be assembled and not just a massive cluster of nightmare chunks. Okay. We'll leave that to set on the baking paper. What else do we have? This is probably set now. So you can start filing that back. A large flat file. Basically, for this bit here, this is going to be the, one of Ahriman's shoulders has a ram skull on it. And I noticed that one of the demon skulls in the little skull set that I have resembles a ram, so I chopped away all the excess bits, and I'm sort of shaping it down to the size of the ram skull. You're sleepy, sadly? I mean, you have been sticking it out, Sanju. I don't blame you. Would ice and sift and sifted? You good? I think you need to get to bed, mate. Okay, I definitely need to reduce this a lot more. Just gotta chop this back a bit. This feels quite unsafe. But we are making progress, because we just need to really reduce the profile on this so that it doesn't stand off the shoulder pad, too much. Because we want it to stand off, but we don't want it to be bigger than the shoulder pad itself. The sprue goo hasn't fully set, so it is a bit icky working with this, and I'm gonna have to re-glue it just to sort of melt it all again. But I think honestly I need to cut like this much off the whole thing. I just roll my blade through it. About this much of it needs to go. I'm not sure if I'm able to just pinch that with my clippers. I think if I just, make a few pinches with the clippers, it should break off, and then I can just file it back down to smooth. Or even if it doesn't break off, I can at least carve it out with the knife now without too much issue. Yeah, I got a chunk out of it there. So we are making progress. Where's my round file? It's in here somewhere. There we are. The round file will actually be quite good for this because it's a similar shape to the dent that I'm filing it into, so it fits quite nicely. Getting there. Slowly. So how does this sit now? A little bit better. Not perfect, but better. I think we'll need it to be very, very thin to sit super nicely. One thing that I am getting nervous about is as I file this down, it's getting a lot thinner, so it's getting a lot softer. So, well, a lot weaker. So I'm scared of snapping it apart as I file it to be smaller and smaller. Okay, that's probably all I'll do with a knife for the time being. We'll get back to the the file. Just chop this chunk out. I think we're getting closer to the sort of thickness that we want. Yeah, we're getting closer. Because as we file it, ideally we'll get to a point where it's thin enough that it'll just sort of bend from the pressure of our fingers filing it. And once it starts to bend, then we should just be able to wrap it around the shoulder plate. Yeah, we're getting very close now. And this is tedious, but it's much preferable to me trying to build my own, or me trying to sculpt my own ram head. Because I tried that once and it looked atrocious. Honestly, I feel like I can go thinner again. Like potentially even half this. Okay. How are we looking? I feel like it hasn't changed much. It definitely has, but it doesn't feel like it has. Just gonna lean off both the file and the skull. Just see what we're actually working with. You're back? Welcome back, Chaos. I have been toiling away at this skull for a bit now. Any progress? It's hard to tell. It's definitely getting smaller. I don't know, like, I don't know how long it'll take to get it to the size that I want it to be at, though. Because I want it to be quite thin so I can wrap it around the shoulder pad. Honestly, now that I've got it pretty smooth on the inside edge there, it might be easier just to scrape it with a blade. And just try to file it. Because one of the issues I had was it was too uneven to really cut back. But now that I've filed the inside edge of it so much, it's smooth enough that I think I should be able to just reduce it with the blade. Yeah, this is actually going to be a lot easier. Nope. Caught it. I think this section here, if I can just carve this out a little bit, I think we should be set. Let's cut a bit too close to the surface there, I think. Well, actually, is that perfect? I think if I come back through this way now, but from here, in like this, and just shave it in. Okay, I think... Therefore I am. No, I think that with a little bit more off this left-hand horn, we should be good. I just pull that back a little bit. Like that. I think that'll be good, and I can just soften it with a bit of plastic cement on the back, and then mold it around. So we'll just give it one last file, just to clean up all the rough bits. But I'm happy with this thickness. But yeah, I just want to file it to be nice and smooth on the inside edge here so there's enough surface area as possible for when we glue it down. Cool. So we clean this off. And that'll be good. What other bits do we have that we need to do? We've done the horns. We've got the staff horns. We've adjusted his cape. We need to stick his hand back on. And I think that's about all that we'll be able to do from here today, while we wait for all of our milliput to set properly. So we'll get a bit of glue there, just like that, nice big blob. And we cleaned up the points of contact on his hand at the start of the stream here, because there wasn't a huge amount of surface area. So hopefully this should stick a little bit better now. About to clear 3 Blade Guard veterans and 3 Eradicators off your desk. Nice! You work a lot faster than I do, Francois. I am a little bit envious. Now, hopefully, this hand will stay where it is when I move my fingers away. It seems to have grabbed. So we can probably afford to just let that sit like that. Pop the lid on our glue. And I think we'll call it here for the day. Doesn't feel like we've made any progress because nothing has actually been added to the mini. But I think I've got... Actually, I think we're pretty much exactly where we started, but just with bits that we're actually happy with now. As we started the day with the mini in the exact same state, with green stuff horns, and bad green stuff on the shoulders. And now we're ending the day with the mini in the exact same state, but this time with milliput horns and milliput shoulders. But I think these are what we're actually going to use. We're actually going to have fun with this and be able to put it all together and glue it all together, and it'll look really nice. Hopefully. Womp womp. Yeah, hopefully we'll have something that we're happy with at the end of this. I prefer the shape of the staff cross piece that we've got right now, how it's a bit thinner on the bottom and the top. And then it should always be, yeah, it should come together nicely. Not being rude, no, it's all good, mate. I've brought it upon myself. But this is a fun learning experience for me. So, I hope when you clicked on this stream, you weren't expecting to see a lot of progress, because I don't think that's what's going to happen. This AHRIMAN project is my, this is the one that I'm going to spend the most time just fucking around and finding out. But yeah, anyway, I am going to call it here. I'm going to clean up my desk, open some windows, because there's plastic particles flying around everywhere. Yeah, so it's just gather up all the bits. But yeah. Thanks for dropping by and watching, guys. Looks good to me. Thanks, Brother of Titans. I appreciate it. Your thing was, if you saw the previous stream of this, it was pretty much the same length, and it was just me fucking around with green stuff, doing all the exact same shit that I did this stream, just with green stuff, and it was horrible. But yeah, hopefully I can make something that I'm happy with in the end. Anyway, yeah, thanks for dropping by, guys. As always, really appreciate you dropping by, having a talk in the chat, even just hanging out and doing your own hobbies alongside me. Means a lot. What day is it? Monday. I will be streaming again tomorrow. I am going to be on a roll this week. So yeah, the streaming schedule is in my community post.